You're not gonna be even in the fight. That's the point.
That's a 3-second minors. That's less minors than if I went to a fucking literal kids daycare and beat them up. You got it. Press the button. Just press the button. Just press it. Ah! Oh my god, dude. This is just for you guys.
Let's fucking see it.
I don't have a
You got it, bro. You got it, bro. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Hell yes, dude. Listen, Bob, man, I won't take the shirt completely off, bro, but I'll give you just a little bit of, like, you know what I'm saying? Just right there. I got you, bro. Cleavage stream. Hashtag. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. I got it. I'm in. I'm in. I definitely don't have the biggest you-know-what, but I definitely have the biggest ha-ha, you know what I'm saying?
8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy, or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out.
This is awesome.
Fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision, and so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out, so why don't you come join me for a sneak peek?
All right. Welcome to the stream,
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CITIZENCON, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk.
Oh, what's up, dude? Welcome, Hellion.
We managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe.
The old guy. My name's EmbersofAugust, dude. Not you.
The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017.
This is Chris Roberts, the developer of Star Citizen.
On fully
like the creative mind.
Moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech, and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work the development and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available, making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming the show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen as it is conceived today that allows us to
How you doing,
go
Faith? You
anywhere
doing good
from
today, bro?
inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together at the visual quality of the biggest AAA games is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship, prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3, launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared?
Jared
That wasn't the deal.
Huckabee!
You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay, well,
aboard.
that's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
The
We've been
Constellation
talking about
Phoenix,
this on and
dude.
off since 2015.
I know, I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink.
All right.
Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show.
It
We gotta
is
start small.
look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we toast to?
Jared
Well,
Huckabee,
the
dude.
past 10 years and the
Next
future.
The man, the
next 10
myth,
years
the
and
meme.
beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that as an area.
Can you hear me, Hellion?
We didn't even plan that. Oh, all right.
Wow.
All right, so
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
that's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think?
From,
Look at
I
my
don't know where
jacket.
that's from.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Night of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twinsies.
I don't be a twinsy with you.
Twinsies.
Twinsies,
No,
dude.
Let me check the rest of the set out.
I hate
But
that.
it's tailored.
It looks good on you. Not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up. You're gonna sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. On the desk, you've got a bobblehead.
Okay,
This is a
good.
great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max.
Wow. Okay, so planetary tech up first.
It's a very nice chair.
Also, Jared looks really weird without his beard, dude.
My name is Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Pyro 1. Dude, if they're going to
So I
show
have
off the new
Pyro 1
planets,
open
oh
already.
my god,
It's
they're going to do
live
it.
in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1.
Holy crap, that looks great. Fixing to hop off, go to yard sales.
Wala,
that's fine, dude.
But I think
hop on later if you can, man. I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah, we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We try to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
This looks crazy. It looks very like foreign and alien.
When you're in game, walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here,
like a mesa,
which has these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them.
It looks really cool.
It's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to race through here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2.
Wow. Yeah, this looks freaking awesome, dude. I can't wait for the Pyro system. I hope that it ends up coming sooner than later. But, you know, with this game, you never know. So we do have a couple of drinking games for today.
We're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can
I'm actually really excited for Pyro 5 or 6.
There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean.
That's interesting.
Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here,
what the hell was that?
Is the improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way.
So we've got some drinking games. All right.
We can make nicer
Hopefully
rock
this thing isn't too much more powerful than I am.
There are still improvements
volume-wise, but
I think in comparison to what we had before,
this looks great. Like I just want to say, this is stunning
also,
planetary
what you
tech.
might see is the drawing distance of assets has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is, like cliff formations.
That's
And
pretty
I think
sweet.
it looks really cool.
So
like the
the drinking
silhouette
games
of the
are,
terrain.
right?
Yeah, let's fly through the canyons.
Every time they say
I would
it'll
do
be
this
ready
in
when
a
it's
spaceship,
ready,
but I'm
gonna
horrible
take
at
a
flying,
sip.
so I'm just gonna use
So
the
we'll
camera
see what
and the
happens.
picture. So now I jumped ahead
And
to
every
a
time
really
they
cool biome on
actually
Pyro
release
2.
something, I'll take a
It's
I'll take a
simple,
puff.
but
You know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
sometimes less is more.
So I
In
got
this
my
case,
drink.
what sets
Well, I
this
got my
biome
cup. I
apart
got
from
my
the rest of the
my
planet
bottle
is that we
opener.
added
I got my
these
freaking vape.
calcified
We're ready. We're
trees,
ready. I'm excited about today.
and they spawn in
This could
very
actually
dense
be a very
clusters.
monumental day for
So
Star
you almost get,
Citizen.
like, little
It could also
forests of
not.
them. So it's supposed
But
to
I'm
look
still hopeful
very
a little
dry
bit, man.
and kind of dead, but still in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground.
Pyro 3. Yeah, I'm super excited about one of their farther stations
some of it
and
during
planets.
last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3.
Pyro 3 looks stunning.
So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making
that looks so freaking cool.
Right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density, so it looks really nice when it like covers
the Pyro
rocks.
system is probably going to be my favorite system as long as they don't fuck it up with too much
smaller moss
like
on the ground.
It's going to be a PvP area,
with, like, yellow grass,
okay?
But
the reality
really
is
interesting
the game
biome.
cannot just
really
be
PvP.
So exploration in Pyro is going to be freaking awesome.
So we pushed the amount of
I'm
assets that
excited,
we're
dude.
using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass.
So this reminds me a lot of like Mongolia.
Coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every
Stanton 4.
coast. We added these.
You mean Microtech, Mr. Man?
This like coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets. We played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just
like
to make the area
volcanic
look a
rocks.
little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
God, what a stunning. It reminds me a lot of Mongolia. Pyro 4, we're getting there, dude.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will be.
Yeah, they're
will
very
look
janky
amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see
Pyro 4 and 5, maybe I don't know if there's a sixth one, but Pyro 4 and 5 they never really showed.
Grounded by like the color of the soil.
Scottish Highlands, and they have the
like we have
like a baobab tree.
Multiple new vegetation sets on display.
We're not gonna worry about that.
So first
4,
of all,
5, and 6. If there is a 6, I can't remember.
Here, which is called.
They never did any concept. Well, they did concept art,
which
but
it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area.
I'll see you later. Have a good stream. Yeah, thanks, man.
Pop.
You have a good day.
We have
hop in chat
here.
later
I
and let's
forgot
talk, bro.
The name of the asset set.
I miss you guys.
Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher. The texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer. Which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far.
Let's go.
For this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them.
What are you gonna fly? Oh shit! Yeah, those are very big.
The hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance. Because you would expect something this big, to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them.
Why is it flying like that? That sounds weird. That's really weird movement.
So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you
These are
have like,
freaking awesome, dude.
gray
Here, one
rocks
second, my cat wants
against
out.
the crimson of
Crowley,
the
I
soil
know.
and the grass.
Oh,
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain, and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like.
Wow.
So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater. And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater. So
that's
it's a
pretty
mix
sweet.
of, like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems.
I like that the clouds are lower on this planet.
Plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of
That's going to
the
make
crater.
infantry engagement
We wanted
so
this to feel
freaking
very,
interesting.
yes, spooky and grim and kind of dark. So we have these dark fantasy forest-looking trees, which look kind of creepy.
Excellent.
Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. If we go down to the surface of the crater, you can see that we added this dark forest-looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist-looking ground cover acids, and this whole area is supposed to make you
moist,
feel a bit
dude.
uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
Pyro 5C.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case,
Dude, that guy reminds me of the Urgal Depression.
Like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close.
Oh my gosh.
Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on
down
top
the crack
to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock.
Gosh, they have done such good planetary tech, man.
Down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way.
Oh my gosh, look at
nice
that.
and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update, a bit of polish, so we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey. and it's always nice to
I
have,
want
like,
pyro
the
so bad,
occasional
man.
pocket
I
of
want pyro so
vegetation.
bad.
To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background.
Why didn't you show
We're gonna end
Pyro
our
5?
showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like, I really like the yellows and the pale
Interesting.
beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean.
Good morning, dude. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Ridden by craters.
God, it
And
looks so
we get
good.
these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way
Pyro
down
6
to the edge
is
of
where
one of those
our
craters.
org's like lore takes place.
So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here.
So far, they've
You
showed
can
off
see
all the
that we
planets
added
except for Pyro
some
5, which
dramatic
is interesting.
looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress.
Yeah.
So one of us, probably me, has to go in and
Probably me.
adjust the settings of the spawning here. And then we're right at the edge. And I really like the
my
color of
gosh.
the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white
Yeah.
chalky
Pyro
terrain.
6 is where
Then over
the
here,
lore
I want
posts
to
on our org
introduce
page
you
take
to
place.
our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like, he adds
Rüdiger.
context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values
That actually makes a lot of sense.
when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes.
Interesting.
So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of
Yeah,
the
dude,
skybox
it's very
of the
like
Pyro system,
lunar
which is
looking.
red.
Oh my gosh, that's cool.
Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game,
Oh, look at that.
you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting.
Yeah.
When
It's
you're
not dark
on
at
the
all,
dark side of
almost.
the planet.
Because I
And
feel like
the
in
skybox is
Stanton, when
just-
you're in certain
looks-
planets
it
and
looks
it's
really
night,
good.
it is like
So this
pitch
is the
black.
skybox for the entire Pyro system. So you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
A gorgeous spacescape, honestly.
I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback.
Yeah.
There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
I am. I'm pretty excited, Mr. Man. I mean, that's Pyro 1 right there. They're going back through all the stuff they showed, so this is cool. Honestly, they've done a lot of really good planetary tech. Pyro 1 still. Pyro 2. Yeah. I mean, very, very New Mexico vibe. Utah. Pyro 3, of course. I think it looks a lot like Mongolia. Or like any scene from Lord of the Rings. It's looking really good. I think this is still 3. Yeah, this is still 3. No, this is 4. Pyro 4. With these massive... They flew a Gladius, like, through here earlier. Massive freaking, like, rock formations. This is gonna be awesome to do dogfighting in. And, like, the low, atmospheric clouds look excellent, dude. I love that. We don't have any planets that have clouds on the ground that obscure some sort of, like, bit of ground cover. That would be super sick to see. That looks like the one they showed off, 5C, so a moon of Pyro 5, but they didn't show Pyro 5. So this little obsidian moon. I think this still might be 5. Okay, so here's 6. Yeah, Pyro 6. God, they did such a good job on the planetary tech. Like, I'm amazed, honestly. None of these planets look really anything like any of the planets we currently have. So that's good. But it is concerning that it's taking them 2 years to make this system. You know, when the game comes out, like, they want to have all these systems and stuff and these planets, but if it's taking them over 2 years to make a single system, it's going to take them over 200 years to make 100 systems.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he
Jared
should not be
Huckabee.
let back in the building.
The man, the myth, the meme.
Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2952.
Dude, I don't
host,
like him as much
Jared
without the
Huckabee,
beard and the scraggly hair.
Yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
I got Pyro 4 in the background. That's pretty cool.
You were looking at me and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it during the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own and my job hasn't changed. I can't check it. So
I like your dig.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys.
Yeah, they're on a Constellation Phoenix set.
We have been We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. So it's like, yeah, someday. But we did it.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So while we're talking about it, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
That's pretty freaking
It
sweet.
is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
Look at that.
Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now
Wow.
Get it back to
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess
And
it
then
up.
and then from Singapore, we got really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one
Yep,
side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
This is
Clearly.
really bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Wow.
Oh, very cool.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's really cool that the
But anyway,
community got
And then
involved
there's
that
other
way.
stuff in there. You can pull some about if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I think there was one at San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
please.
know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10
that's
something.
crazy.
10 years, dude.
There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something, you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback.
I mean, you've been holding stuff for 2, 3, 5 years and just showing it and not releasing it. Really so, welcome to coming full circle, bud.
On the floor together at one point or another.
Yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. And meeting people, there's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again, and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really the ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Wasn't it the event after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the station, stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people.
Holy crap. And just sun's coming in real bright.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good
here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage. And sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. He just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. He goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation.
Enough chit chat. Come on with the show, dude.
Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about. Not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work.
Yeah.
Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So
That's pretty cool.
Here we are, design brief investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're doing a watch party with Star Citizen Live right now, dude. Hope you guys are all having a good day. This is CitizenCon 2022, dude.
Hi,
Journey
my
to
name's
4.0.
I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about...
Definitely, if you
one
have
of the
any
new mission
questions,
types
let
we're
me know
prototyping.
in chat. I'll answer. Talk as much as you guys want. But during these presentations, I'm going to try and stay a little bit quieter so that we can enjoy this
But
together.
people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
Oh my god, that hurts so bad.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route.
Yeah, he's a little
we're
confusing.
expanding constantly.
I feel like he's
mining, salvage. And
he's saying a
detecting is going to
sentence
be our
and
focus
filling
now.
it with other
The
things.
experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings.
Yes.
And choose the right answer.
You could have
So
stopped
what we
all
want
that
is
by just saying we want the people to feel like
build a
detectives,
mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue, and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be poured over.
You will have to investigate.
Whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, really dig into, why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with 2. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until 1. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get
He really
your
loves that word, red
answer
herring.
up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see like how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative
I
work. But
could
we
be
ultimately
mistaken, but
decided
it
to go
looked
for the
like
second because,
they're
we liked
testing
the idea
this
of giving the player
in
the
an
agency
environment that is
to,
just this shit, like on the
decide when
ground.
they were done.
There's nothing else around.
So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we can make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then
Just empty space or
prototyping
empty moon around the
newer
grass.
ways of getting information.
Yeah, but it was just
off
like
things.
if I don't know
We're
if I can
looking
go
into,
back or anything, but
using the med gun to
it
find
was
the
just
name and cause of death.
that, no plan underneath it.
And we're looking
It was like
into
they were
being
in a
able
test
to,
environment.
like find the mobile asset in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, you know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new MobileS, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
Nice.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's, again, we're still trying to figure out, it's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story. And so, but because we need to populate the universe, it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying. And again, kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Right?
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe,
with the lead pipe or the rope, So we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the.
Like how he stumbled over that. It could have been a gun. It could have been a knife.
I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where we don't just, it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities of, you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Persistent Universe as the sandbox, but I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Persistent Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one. But to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris, after, at that point, I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff, was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually, it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So.
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
Freaking Xylo, dude.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
All right, so we do have several drinking games and smoking games for today. Drinking games are every time they say it'll be ready when it's ready, I take a sip.
Hello, I'm Ian Lynn.
And every time they
I'm the
release
art director
something,
for
I'll take a puff. All right,
Today we're going to
so
talk
keep
about
that in
underground
mind.
facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
The original underground facility.
Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CITIZENCON presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we
I don't know if I like that.
Designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now, for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down is very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility, because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape.
This is cool.
There.
I like this.
Now, what I
they're
was saying
expanding
before
what the
about
look
it,
looks like,
kind of a much
they are very
braver
plain Jane.
visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily So you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the player's landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what
That's really cool.
Is, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
Even if there wasn't really a mission here, I would love to explore areas like this.
Now, moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought
what the hell is that?
Interesting is the elevator itself could be a
That's a mule, but that's not a mule.
What we're looking at here is control room idea quite early.
Is that a refueling mule?
Vehicles that could be. Now, ultimately, we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is
yeah, see, that's a mule right there, but that's not the same one they just showed.
We're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down.
Wow.
Maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility.
Yeah, there it is again. It's on the left side of the screen. When they zoom back out, it's like a refueling mule. What the hell is that?
With an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look
there it is on the right side.
From the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. Maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically.
These are really
so
freaking cool.
The concept of a cargo elevator within
the thing that I always thought was missing from Stanton,
so kind of similar to how you'd see
is it's supposed to be these planets owned by corporations, but where are the corporate presences?
Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. there's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly.
Wow.
We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go, split hierarchy. So it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it, maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to
I was just reading the stuff on the side, but that's freaking awesome.
To break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from.
I don't know.
You know, also inside
this is a lot of NPCs.
Tea rooms or break rooms.
It needs a lot of freighters hauling resources and workers traveling to work. Standard does not feel alive. Yeah.
From a large space to a small space, but also from one.
This is a lot of NPCs working together in this. This is almost like a city of itself.
Good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through.
Because right now they have described
here is
more content in this one thing than most of their cities have.
Corridor,
more interactable content.
We're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now, going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now, from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now, as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now, what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom levels, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, you know, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities. And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment or, with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGS spaces, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some more abandoned, we could start to beautiful showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development.
I mean, it's low res, low texture, but my God.
Very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Wow. Good job. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. They actually have it in engine. The T-pose. Awesome. But what the hell was that? That was a mule, though, that had like a refueling boom. Yes, dude. Wow. Look at that. That's not even low res, low texture. That looked like it was like fully resed. Wow. Very nice.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our to-do list.
Okay,
And
honestly,
you've been here a while. The last 10 memory drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one.
Honestly,
but
the thing I
maybe
like
one
about
to
this
start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago, and
oh
going
yeah,
on paternity, and then
now you've hit the nail on the fucking head of what I was about to say, dude. That would be freaking awesome.
Weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore. But
also, is that a DC-15 up there that he's got, or is that an E11?
Or investigate, or deliver boxes to. Like all these elements go into all the design elements. When we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction.
Yeah, that would be freaking sweet.
Puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies, and who knows what misadventures are going on. Exactly. 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. Exactly. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. Correct. I'm not saying.
What's up, B?
All right, so
how you doing, Bob? Man,
in addition
to
that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party.
Hungover last night was a bit wild. What happened, bro?
It's a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going, I did comb my hair. Because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair.
Good. All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi.
This is ASAL's freaking
and John
segment right here.
The Flight Experience, Flight Feature Team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences.
I'll be right back, guys.
It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors, and interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship rules is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, over the past, kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore, there's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SEM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with Master Modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you're finding that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. You know, and we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want.
Sorry.
But you know, the reality is, for us, it came
food,
down
dude.
to what it always is in Sci-Fi, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. You know, so with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just, like, it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as, you know, as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point, but we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions.
That's good.
And we'll design
That's
the
really
balance
good,
around
actually.
them.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment.
I don't know more.
The whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That, you know, entirely.
That's awesome,
We're
Mal.
playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx love my Lando Fever.
Of course.
What do you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
An Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Ah. Right.
Fake
That's
news.
Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, oh, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of.
What do they mean? I think we've got it. You think you've got an idea, or you think you have it right now?
Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while.
Yeah.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar, star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one.
Oh, they have a bottle of Radagast, dude.
You just won't get.
That's the whiskey that's in the.
Here's one bit of it. Here's another bit later.
The biggest Star Citizen question: when?
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do. Like,
Here's the question,
a
though.
broad tuning across
Like
the
the
board
real
for
question.
everything.
The
Day
thing
one,
is,
when this goes into
all right,
the PU, hopefully by then.
why
a
would
lot
you
of
need
those will
this in
be
Squadron?
where we want them? That as with game development, and
Unless Squadron
there
is
will
a
be ones that
completely
change over
open
time.
experience and you go between different things, why would you need a different
There'll be
mode?
ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback.
If it's just supposed to be a single player experience,
it's very hard to
you know,
get things right. Out
why
the
would
gate.
you need to
There's
cover
only
these
so much
long
internal
distances really
testing you can
fast?
do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and.
Oh, God,
all right,
so
you ready to
bad.
move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing, Lorville. Lorville, beat me at camera 1.
Because your character is your carrier is not
Star
going to be
Citizen's
present
first
for most
landing
Squadron
zone.
42
We've learned a
missions.
lot.
You will
since
launch
it
from
was
the
first
carrier and then
put
travel
in.
to the mission area and then go to the next
We've
one.
built
Then back
Microtech
to
and
the
New
carrier.
Babbage. We've
Yeah,
got Orizon
I get that.
on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't.
Me
mess
when
it
I
up.
take butt.
They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do.
I'm excited to see how those things are going to
First time we
change,
put a landing zone
like
on a planet,
dogfighting
and
and stuff like that, Alan.
fly there with
Did all of your
did have that really big
thoughts
no-fly zone.
become like
But when we did
reality there?
landing zones,
Do you have
we
anything that
built up
wasn't
a bit
quite
more of a
like answered or
knowledge
anything
base
like that?
and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orizon, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, Initially, what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly, the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have.
This Lorville looks great, dude.
City. So I use my my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, pen to over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0, and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Let me turn this off so you guys can see his
From the
French speak. Oh my God!
Started an engine.
Why?
And we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area. We are keeping the CBD. We're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches.
Wow, they really have added quite a bit.
Like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players, they're They're doing like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior.
It kind of seems like what they started doing with Area 18, how like the whole planet, ArtCourt, has like all these other places to go.
We started as a
there's no real interiors, but you can still land everywhere.
Working on Lorville, and now we're 5, and we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate, because it's
yeah, definitely expanding cities.
Thanks, Max.
Is going to be like
and hopefully you guys
necessary.
Can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet.
I think
and we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Super hungry, dude. I didn't really eat last night, but yeah, look at that. Wow. Look at that. That looks awesome. It reminds me more of like Microtech. Because Microtech's like that. And it looks great. I would like to see them add multiple landing pads for each sector. So if I wanted to go down and get a gun, I could just land at the you know, if I was in good standing with Hurston, I could land at Hurston Dynamics and just pick up the gun I want and leave. If I wasn't in good standing, I'd still have to use the pedestrian way and stuff like that. If I wanted to go to the shipyard or whatever, I could go there without having to use so much of the ground. I think that'd be really beneficial.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And, you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lorville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Lorville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And you know, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but greyboxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's but when you're using kits, and you're in greyboxing, you're not actually traditionally greyboxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the greybox review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing
that Everest Harbor behind them
at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to
4.35, 4.82.
The project long enough. Knows that's
2076.
But everything you're seeing
looks like a good year for us.
Everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand.
There's two of them.
A new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours.
See what they got on the good old
send us your in-game watch party screenshot.
The old pledges,
There are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win.
Looks like the standard setup.
These models that you see here, the wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Oh my God. Isn't that great?
I hate that.
What did it smell like?
I thought about tasting it.
JRD Fabrication.
I thought about tasting it.
Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite.
A pumpkin carving contest, he said.
Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to make the audio guy, I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project, back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
Positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan.
I like how there's always some next big hurdle. Like 2 years ago, the hurdle was getting pyro in. This year, it's been getting the persistent indie streaming in is when you can get big ships. Now, there's another fucking reason why you can't get big ships in. It's like, dude, come on.
Change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles.
All right, well, while they're talking about this, I'm going to go ahead and build some freaking Legos.
From that, we can move on to like
I'll be right back.
Ships. And finally, the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements: power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power,
All right, you guys should be
fuel,
able to hear.
coolant, heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. They will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, you have to do there. It's basically defining the circuits
It's actually a
in
pretty
the most
big gameplay
effective
that I
way,
ran.
especially for bigger
But, like,
ships.
I want to be in.
So a relay
That's
is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all.
Being able to assign roles.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is, where are we with all of this right now?
Uh-oh, here we go. Am I gonna have to take a drink?
Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship, so we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Huh. Atmospheric control. That's pretty sweet. Oh, venting the atmosphere. Automatically repressurized by the same system.
Fire expulsion.
For depriving fire of needed oxygen. Oh. Their stream is glitching out. I think. Definitely looks like it. F. Oh, yep. Yep. Everyone in chat's like freaking out about it.
Start with better ingredients, better
Oh my god, shut up. Got 27,000 people watching, dude. That's crazy. Oh, it went down, dude. It went down. People are saying the stream was an alpha. There it is.
Making new players suffocate.
Oh, you
Venting
actually have...
and filling rooms with atmosphere.
And that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Then multiple... Sort of like... I mean, that makes sense. You know?
And making players suffocate again.
Oh, I see. So they're actually adding that. Where, like, you can't just open up the ship and walk out. Pretty cool. I don't know how necessary it is right now. Seems like something they might be able to update. Gravity off. Oh. Gay-like. That's awesome. And that looks like a space station. That could be Ruin Station. But in this case, one won't do it alone. Oh, disabling ships. But how did the person in the Hull A get in there? That's the question I have. How did the person in the Hull A get in there, dude? The mighty Hull A can attack.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
That's good.
We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system. And this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
Made a menu for this week. Going to make mac and cheese, oil lip.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really
sounds
cool.
great.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system. And joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's not.
I heard that.
But I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very. This to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing. But
but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. It's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make, imagine Siege of Origin, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from
that sounds great.
Just being a
honestly.
ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner. That's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong. And if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me. And so it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And
welcome to the freaking stream.
I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here. It's like, don't hype. Manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just, this is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally. I'm excited.
you guys doing?
All right, so we've ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship, our annual celebration of vehicles. New coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to Flyable, saying something in the middle. That's going to star John Crew.
Dude, they're gonna drop out
Ben
again,
Curtis
bro. Oh,
and
okay,
Paul
good.
Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Their stream just went down. It's like pretty hard actually earlier.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series.
All right.
To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you...
the Crusader
The
Spirit,
two standout
dude.
competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass, and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version.
What?
This comes with
Awesome.
48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area. Accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to
I'm
allow
loving
a
that
variety
Crusader
of
design,
ground-based vehicles
honestly.
on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the...
Size 5 bombs.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out and you know, doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller
Hey, you never know, Alan.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so, you know, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously,
Ooh, this looks nice, bro.
You're coming into a
I've
sort
been
of
wanting another
multi-role
ship in this size, multi-purpose.
But when you get into the module,
but have drawbacks.
you've got lockers,
Yeah, dude.
space. You know,
This looks
space
great.
to put any sort of personal belongings. If essentially, you go into two elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're gonna have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is gonna be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's, you know, cocktail.
Oh, they talked about
coffee.
this last year.
And players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in the module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and you know, experience that kind of luxury living that well, I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like
wow, dude, Connor's gonna fucking love this ship. I'm gonna switch back because I'm watching this too hard. I can't play. I can't do Legos right now, bro. I'm sorry.
Area and component access, and then you have the variant section which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future.
Second. Stuff right now.
From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
Uh-oh, the Corsair! Alan's new
Drake
daily
Corsair
flyer, dude.
is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower.
Look at that.
For its size, sort of.
Look at it, dude. It looks gorgeous, Alan.
Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium, you know, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got a crew for
That's beautiful. Yeah, look at it, dude.
Space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back on running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. You know, it's got that military, easy fix feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style.
Did they finish that?
It's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really, really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again, we'll go.
Dude, here we go, Alan. Your future flyer, bro.
Front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit.
The little shitty fan.
Kind of sat right up front, and then kind of classic kind of Drake stylings. The co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section, it's you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. Wow. As you move back through the ship, there's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much.
Wow, that's really cool, 90 degrees.
Forward firing, which again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got...
So they can point forward.
Remaining
That's
3
cool.
crew quarters that, being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed.
That means you've got 8 guns pointed forward
the main
at any given time.
Though, is, if anything,
or no, like
quite
10 guns.
Luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line.
Yeah, 10
for
guns.
your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the
6 pilot
habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those, you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there.
Looks great, seriously.
Before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of, before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a
really
spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the
What?
exterior,
It takes you
then you've got
up?
kind of easy access
That's what I was,
straight
dude.
up the lift.
That's what I was asking. Why was there another thing? It takes you outside the ship. That's how it does. See, that was the thing when we were looking at the controls.
And being a Drake
And
ship,
you could see that there was like an up and a down and then an up again. That's what it was.
If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie. And you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV. Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to
a little buggy
from within.
I mean,
CIG.
that's cool, but that kind of
So we
sucks
wanted
that
to
this is
bring
like
a
their
new
release
vehicle
view,
to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Greycat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sports styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV
Can you imagine if they put tethers in game, a fully crewed Corsair with like 6 guys with railguns tethered on the roof, doing a flyby on a pirate ground base? That'd be dope.
Called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle, and we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV, and when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar, design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic.
At least
all this sort of builds in.
ETV is a cheap LTI. That's a good. That's a good point.
Floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through the seats.
Or STV, yeah.
So you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly.
Are they on sale right now?
And so all
What's
of
it
this
looking like?
goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature. Large sort of rubber mud guards. You know, just there's lots of subtleties. In terms of the roll cage, you know, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe, you know, people wouldn't notice, but for us, you know, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is, you know, you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got, you know, these vast ships that you can explore deep space and you know, go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on you know, one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to
So it looks like the Crusader one's going for like $100.
To land, you know, slightly out
so
there,
it's
slightly
a
safer
directly
area.
draped.
Still got space to load up
competitor.
With weapons, load up with your whatever mission item.
Like a Cutlass competitor.
Get in and out. Nice
I don't see the
Compared
STV.
to the Cyclone RC,
Maybe
which
it hasn't
is a sort
updated.
of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's, you know, it's not all about combat. It's not all about you know, flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background.
2 or
in terms
3?
of
What do you
games
mean
we've
2 or
developed
3?
before. A lot of us are, you know, petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Oh, heard. Yeah, because the spirit is.
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship.
Oh, you'll probably buy. Got you.
And asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with
Do Drake.
intermediary stepping stone. Before
A Drake miner would be so janky looking and great.
The scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have 3 choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice.
Yeah.
So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally
Argo's an okay choice.
Step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch.
All right, out of those, I would probably say
panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
I would honestly say RSI. We don't have a whole lot of RSI ships in the game.
Crusader Spirit
is available now as a concept promotion on the robertspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a link on the robertspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on
honestly, dude, RSI might not be a bad one.
More in depth.
Argo having 2 vehicles in that is good.
As we know, game development timelines go all over.
But here's why I say RSI.
For 318.
RSI because they can't fuck it up.
317.3.
Because it has Chris Roberts' name on it. So if they make an RSI vehicle for mining, it has to actually work.
55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road.
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be, so we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people would get to see it in 318, so it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Crusade, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yeah, it does.
Like
Crusader Spirit looks amazing. I'm actually trying to upgrade to it right now.
You say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste. What it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
I'm not asking for the people who are viewing.
Obviously, the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine.
I don't know which one should I? If I did, the most dangerous thing in this game is elevators. The second scariest thing is rocks. Connor.
Every man and their donkey was.
They just released another
concept
and Crusader ship that is going to rival the Cutlass.
Competitor.
There's three versions: a bomber version, a cargo version,
3 Cs the entire time,
and a
and then there's
executive version for moving passengers.
About, hey,
okay,
John, could give me that?
It's a war bond upgrade, I think, of like 100
together, and that's where it came from.
And then
total
the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight to.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, like
going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast.
As far as cargo goes, I have the C2.
That's an exciting push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena, it looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which
I have
is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in
what's it called
right now, but when we
as far as cargo ships go, I have the Hull C.
Like, hey, let's spend the time. Let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like, because we had the PTV.
If I'm pledging up for something, I'd rather have something I don't have.
Things. There wasn't really like a.
So the bomber
lineage,
version
so that
or the executive version.
Like, here's the reworked PTV. Still looks how everyone recognizes it. But
I enjoyed having a bomber when I had the Crusader, not the Crusader, but the
version. And so we've got those 3 together now.
What was it called?
You can really see like the
Gladiator,
and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
All versions seem to have 48 SCU. The E1 and A1 have remote turrets.
We've got one small thing left,
has luxury
and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought
all
we'd do a
versions
little
seem to have
sizzle
40
to follow up
SCU.
on how
Really?
those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get
The
back,
SCU isn't taken up by bombs in the A1?
It'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Yeah, like the surprise is Chris Roberts stepping down, Jared Huckabee's taking over, and we're gonna have the game out in 2 days. That's a fucking Crusader bomb. What is all this? Is this Squadron 42? That was a javelin. No, this is Pyro. That's Ruin Station. RNR did Ruin Station. I mean, that is Ruin Station that they're showing off, a lot of it. That one shot where it was out in space wasn't Ruin Station. Look into fucking listen to him. No, I didn't fucking listen to him. But the only place the outlaw lifestyle would be. All this is brand new, Connor. I understand you just joined in the last fucking 10 minutes, but you know, we've been sitting here all day, okay? That's fucking Ruin Station. That's in Pyro. I've been here for over an hour. Why didn't you say shit?
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway.
Well, fuck
Founder
you, dude.
and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr.
Dude,
Richard Tyra.
here we go, Alan. Here we go.
This
We
is
talked
your
about this
first time.
yesterday.
It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Squadron 42.
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really...
So then it is true. If you have people working on one thing and not the other, then they are working on the one thing.
To be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard.
That's like saying the servers don't work for the kitchen; they work in the restaurant, but they're part of the restaurant. You know, like they're not. They're the front of house.
Rushing on to the next set of features they want to do, and for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about
that goes right back to what we were saying yesterday, Alan. They keep things like these little nuggets, like here you go, here's a crumb every 2 years. You're welcome.
Trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into
even if you think they're working on
this co-development
Squadron,
has been part
they're
of the process
actually working on
since the project
Squadron,
was first introduced.
but
10 years
eventually
ago.
it'll be in the PU. Come on.
Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still.
You can't get upset if you don't know. You can just be impatient.
When I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU
you
or
can
Squadron.
be upset
It was
about
always,
PU because they keep
we were working on
promising and
features
showing but
that
not delivering.
pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that.
Also,
we would make
Connor,
sure
why
we
you
were
been in and out of the
features up and
doctor's
running,
office all day, bro? You
developed
okay?
To the specifications that
Thought
we
you were at
needed
work.
to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've been, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG set up is we have feature teams and we have content
You're
teams.
sick? What happened,
so
bro?
what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game.
You can tell this guy's working
we
on
always
Squadron
have this lag
42
where
because he
content
hasn't
teams
seen
will
the
then
light
kind
of day in a
get on
very
top
fucking
and then
long
use the
time.
feature, and
Look
we
at his
kinda
skin,
change the
bro.
feature.
He's
So
like the same color as his
I
shirt.
think this kind of
Chris Roberts
pulled
been keeping him in the
back a bit,
basement
allowed
for
us
2
to really
years.
focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better?
They're in
How does it
England.
feel?
There's not
And
sun
also
there.
prove
Everyone
that
is
out with the
pale.
content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now.
There is a huge purpose for them. We can stage ground battles with them. You can put a mounted gun on anything and be able to make that an objective to take.
How we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
The tractor beam moves like the Scorpius? You mean like the turret? Or what?
It's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just
the tractor beam turret on some art, it's on top of the art
when
it is being used is in the back.
That's
pretty cool.
Publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues. That we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw in the different modes there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be,
Yeah, Connor, how are you feeling, dude? You said you're sick. What's going on?
Stuff to your visor, maybe not.
It's cool. We have a picnic on top of the Corsair as well. Very scenic. Take that 400i
in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out
to
the PU, which is obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things. People have talked about the star map forever, or so that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately, it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. Yeah, we're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is two common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features and has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something.
How is Freya? She's doing good. She's doing really good.
And so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
She's
That's
starting her
of the
service
things
dog
we're gonna
training
talk about, and I think we're
with
about
Ashley.
ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show.
Doing
Some
really
things
good.
won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things
code like some
will
sort
be
of
presented
really
in
treatment of taking
test
some
maps because we don't want to
ivermectin?
give away any
Or
Squadron
ivermectin.
42
Holy
specific
crap, dude. Well,
locations,
after
like
I'm
that.
done with this,
That's
man,
it.
if
I
you want to
think we
hang
can
out,
maybe
let me
show
know.
some stuff in Asiato.
I'll hang
give
out with you,
people
keep you
a
company
feel.
while you're
We already
sicky
showed
poo.
at one location. So,
So yeah, you
Yeah, Frey's
ready
doing good.
This enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do, you in your bed? How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is
What are the
that,
loners
it's
for
not something new,
the
it's just something
spirit?
we've always wanted
Let's
to get
see.
to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology.
The
to understand,
E1.
like, stuff
You
like
get a
interact
Cuddy
mode,
Steel for the E1.
personal thought,
That doesn't make
the
any
player
sense.
interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's
A1,
one
you
of
get
the
a
things that we
freelancer
really want
miss.
to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to
That kind of
select
sucks.
things.
They should give you a gladiator for that. I mean, hot take, but they
and
should give you a
feel
gladiator for
right
that.
and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things like
Two-person
props
ship,
are interactive.
bomber,
You can do things. You can
combat.
push things around. You can
The
move them. I
freelancer
mean,
miss
the whole goal
is
to
way
make it
too
a sort
much
of
of a ship
physically
for
living
two
universe
people.
Exactly.
that you
To
can
have
interact
fun
with
going
to a
in the
level
same
that
direction.
Most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in. New person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen, and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better. And
A
so that
From
is actually
Software
one of
thing.
the
That's
big
funny.
things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just,
The
didn't
thing
get to it
is,
yet. Well, we're getting to
so
it now,
the E1, right?
And we're
there
working
are
on it, so
gameplays that you can
I mean,
do with
part of it
all
is
the
basically
other
removing the barrier.
ones.
So
The
removing
A1 and the
clunkiness,
C1.
as
We
Chris said,
still have
to
yet
how
to
to
have
interact
transport.
with the environment.
So
what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system.
I want
so
E1,
if
but there's no
you're
point for
walking
it,
over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly.
Unless you
at
guys
the
want a
handle to be
luxury
able to go,
dropship.
I want to use the trolley.
That's pretty much
You just want to be
it.
able to go over there.
You want a
and the
luxury
game can go, I
dropship?
want to interact with the
I'll
trolley.
trade
Press
up for
F,
the
and the game
E1.
should know. Yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at
The
those
mini
things,
ship.
press F, and you need confidence.
Man, he really
that
has been
when
working
you're
on
looking at
Squadron 42. He
something,
didn't even know what half
you
these
have
ships are.
the user interface to tell you that, yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight.
That's what I was thinking. Bomber is fine, but not super usable
things,
either.
which is FPS
E1 gets you remote turret and scenic view. Would be cool for Pyro, hopefully.
The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate.
I think what I'm going to do is this.
Star Citizen's built on realism.
I'm going to trade up.
So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button.
I'm going to trade
up
up
for your local environment.
My last hover quad, LTI.
So kind of thing,
I'm going to trade that up for,
have a little box,
because I just melted my CO Nomad. I'm going to trade my stuff up for a C1.
But it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around.
The reason why is it'll still be LTI, all right? But if I trade up for an E1 or an A1, and I end up not wanting those and wanting the C1, I have to get rid of the LTI to go down.
Okay, what are the
So I think I'll trade up for the C1 and then split the difference later on.
The next area. And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charge scan.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good deal for me, at least.
You're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's two guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive. That's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships as an FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanner would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it, which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show some videos of those?
So I understand we have 2 videos.
Yeah, I think I'm going to trade up my last hover quad LTI
showing
for
what
the
I
C1.
described with radar scanning, that
And if
first
I
aspect.
want
So
a
you're going
different
into a
version
space,
later,
you're doing a quick scan wave.
I'll
and
get
then it's
a better
quickly
version.
showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can be as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now. And we don't want to do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now, and you'll actually be able to remap them in the game. Right. Like 3 clicks.
Well, that's that.
You go, I don't want it to
I
be,
upgraded my my last hover quad
LTI
LTI
my backpack because that's what
for a C1 Spirit.
So then you can go and have it. It allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be.
It cost me
by
$0.
default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting. They just want it all to be stored. They can do that out of the gate, so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to, interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered.
That's technically realistic.
It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it.
That slaver's just staring at the person.
What we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe. But that's not the only way to
Connor literally said that.
Traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up.
Wow.
Which adds just
World of Warship has the Saving Transylvania
we've built traversal levels now,
and it's awesome. All the ships are steampunk / Skaven style.
When you're in a first person, it's
and
very
you have to protect and escort the
so we
main
can add a bit more
ship.
challenge to the traversal.
Transylvania to the teleporter while destroying other ships and large catapults.
And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that
Dude,
interesting.
you'll have to stream that, bro. Stream it.
But again, if you play the Star System right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall. You're locked. You can't look around. You have no spatial awareness. It's just that's it.
Or the other thing you can do is, because you have Streamlabs now, you can set up a YouTube channel. Very easy, takes like 10 seconds.
We kind of
you can stream offline on YouTube for footage capture, which is what I do. You don't even have to say anything. Just process the screen,
directly. You can
make videos out of it later if you're not feeling like streaming it, dude.
Look around full 360 degrees. You can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. And it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So,
because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of. I mean,
we need to talk later.
Squadron, we're putting a lot of
what's going on
traversal gameplay in.
Is Brentley mine? Oh my god, dude, that would be such a plot twist.
Sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that.
That's what I want to do, but I don't know how. You want to do stuff? Yeah. This is almost over, actually. I think it's only supposed to go on for like 4 hours, maybe less.
The problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design, is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is the block out. But we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway,
that was kind of creepy.
But I would say definitely that. I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come. Like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
Hey, Alan, I don't know if you're still watching, bro.
Absolutely. This is taken directly from.
But under Prime Gaming Loop, Total War Warhammer 2,
you can see here that, as Chris
said,
claim
it.
The
games
level of
with Prime
is still blockout phase.
Every time I've claimed a game with Prime, it's been 100% my game.
You can go straight into a mantle or a vault. You can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions.
That's how I got it activated on Epic. Is it yours permanently?
Jump. Well, you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right.
Yeah. Wow, this is really good movement, actually.
Slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow. We got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah, so
we're gonna find an elevator.
the true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the blockout animations.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as well.
Back to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about
that was a very large whatever the fuck that was.
And the ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of
that actually seems more like
that's something that we've got a whole matrix of
that didn't seem like it was in Pyro. It seemed like there's a mining station
swapping and
that is like
using the controls is
150 kilometers long. That's in Squadron 42.
It's something that we're really
looked like that's what it is because that was Squadron 42 example.
You're not fighting
so I'm assuming
the controls
that's the
working
mining
for you.
station
It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think they snuck in a fucking clip in that outlaw thing.
What we call
that
sort of push and pull.
That javelin floating above that massive mining station. That is in Squadron 42. That's why I was like, wait a second, because I've examined that screenshot before from a different angle.
A lot more of.
That's probably what we were just looking at.
Expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now. So if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright
pose. The Iron Man pose, dude.
But it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. So you're not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change.
Here, Alan.
But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way.
This is Archon base.
It's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of counters the force
it's
of it,
in
and
the
then allows
system.
you to go in that
the space station
in
the coil.
Drift and actually do the curve.
This is what I think that was an interior shot of,
which is what we want to do. And, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
it's definitely
because the only thing long enough, dude. There's no way.
Network.
That station's like 130 or something kilometers.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tight areas. You need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're gonna separate it where you have to have basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs.
Oh my god, that hurt.
Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship
My god,
in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think
he's been shitting on Jared this whole stream, dude.
It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online.
I understand what you're saying.
Things that we're doing like that with the physicalized cargo and everything.
I don't know if you know
and
this yet, Chris Roberts.
There's always locker and storage.
None of the stuff we can carry on our back, like let's say I'm in just this thing, and I have a backpack from your game.
It's designed so
that backpack is not big enough
and hang up
for me to store a full set of heavy armor in it.
Switch into this.
So if you want me to take my heavy armor off in order to be able to walk into a club or something in your game,
for you to manage all
I have to be able to store that somewhere. And right now, nothing can store any piece of heavy armor.
Parts of that where, like I said,
unless it's on a ship. Like if you try and loot armor, you either drop your armor on the ground and put it on.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA.
Or, I don't know about that.
See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of,
here we go,
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person, the thrusters are not firing because
it's the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper, this is a current PU suit versus what we'll have as a new one.
And that's the Asiato station they were talking about right there.
In the right position, and when you go forward, the thruster's going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands.
Exactly.
To move.
Look down. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands move.
If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think.
Me when I'm walking on my balls.
There we go. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, I see
we're
it.
Just sort of pulling ourselves along, and if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space.
Do it.
So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
there you go.
Pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of you're just floating alongside the actual.
That's awesome.
Of this Asiato
That's
station.
cool, dude.
And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the. If you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small-scale.
Wow, look at that.
I mean, we were before in first person.
That's pretty sweet.
Here's us cutting out to third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, and these are still blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like, if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, yep, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here.
You just notice how they cut that? I guarantee the character died, and they're like,
that's not
we'll just come back.
Anything. It's all ray casting, seeing if things, you brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the acid anticipation, who are going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario.
That's pretty
cool. It only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around. And again, you're not locked in. You can look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments. And fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict.
Hey, Alan, I don't know what your day looks like, man, but if you want to play some Total War with us,
we all love science fiction.
That's something that could happen.
That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work. And bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. It looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. And I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero G gameplay possibilities. That is really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here. We have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why doesn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting, because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our, like, bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a gravlev system where, you stuck in this thing and the gravlev, it would come up, and then, now you can push around, a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 3.18. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see.
Yeah, no Total War for me.
But I
have small children that need constant attention.
But it will come in.
All you need to understand is that all you have to do is spend 30 seconds on a turn, and then fuck off for 10 minutes because Connor's going to take those 10 minutes to read everything possible before he ends his turn.
Let's have a bigger container, and what happens if you turn it off?
That's all you got to do.
And then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid, and now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your, local inventory of your ship or, other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever.
That's all I do, is I sit there for like 30 minutes while Connor reads every single thing.
Items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think, the underlying.
It's interesting though that they talked about the Corsair,
really good because
the Corsair doesn't have
the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing,
the Corsair doesn't have a sale going on right now, which is interesting because last year when they talked about the 3 ships,
how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my
they were all on sale.
If 2 orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and, all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing.
My fucking bad for wanting to be well informed before making a move. Plus, you know as well as I do that you can take some long ass turns to miss.
Changing out a broken weapon for another weapon.
Connor reads every single one of the stat blocks to be as informed as possible, so that when he just hits auto-resolve, making all of it fucking null and void, he can be as informed as possible. Don't let him fucking trick you, dude.
The PU, but in the PU, they just have...
Reading all the stats only makes a difference if you fight the battle, bro.
The biggest thing about trolleys is when we approach trolleys, the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve 2 purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional.
Stats don't matter in the fucking auto-resolve.
Things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me if I'm blocked. I can move a box over here, I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case, so that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's see the video there, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
I auto-resolve so much because I spec my army to fuck off and fight this battle for me.
Closes down, it's on the floor.
That's not going to save you when I start coming over there.
Takes up now, gravlev's on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really...
All I'm saying is they just confirmed the Cutlass Black. That'll never happen. It will take 80 hours for Will to make it over. That's not true. If I abandon all my stuff and just walk over there, it'll work.
So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just the slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as.
And you restart the game every 15 hours. It's not my fault that every time I try and start the game up with someone, they don't get back to me for weeks at a time, and then a patch comes along that screws up the save file.
So the same, as a dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around.
I want to stream the game with people, but to be honest, the people are the most inconsistent part of my stream.
And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable.
He hasn't seen the game. He just started. Wow.
Unless there's
something
actually physical.
I mean, yeah. Every time we start one with Sterling or Risa. I mean, seriously, every time we start one with Sterling or Risa,
use a system similar to the cargo grid.
They fuck off and they never come back. They take like months, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, let's play again, and it's like, well, we got to start over because a bunch of patches came through.
Reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play.
All I'm saying is, Alan, if you wanted to play it with us, I would 100% play it with you, and we would make sure we kept doing it. All right?
That's true.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more.
Because no one has a multiplayer commitment for infinite hours. Says the man who wanted me to play Genshin Impact and fucking Tower of Fantasy.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think
at least the ones I asked you to play were fun.
And I think what Chris and I have talked about is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out.
Bruh.
And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allows
Genshin Impact is very casual game. Play when you want.
And the MFDs
I don't want.
And everything.
And it is mostly single player. Everything co-op is exploration. You don't have to restart if you are abandoned by one of your friends.
Oh, we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches.
Yeah, well.
And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience.
Also,
so that we can
the
go, okay,
maximum amount of time we've ever played any of our sessions,
onto the HUD. We've tried to put
like out of everything we've played, we've only got to maybe like 8 hours before we had to start over.
I need to know my ammo.
Because 8 hours over the course of like 2 months is still 8 hours.
Kind of going, okay, we want to have.
I spend longer on that trying to get into ISMC with you, Alan.
So if you've got,
and that's not even me playing.
If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? What you care about?
I'm going to be honest. This is incredibly boring.
How they're doing.
This is incredibly boring, them talking about this. I'm going to give it 5 minutes. And when we hit the 4-hour mark,
and what we actually
that's going to be it for me.
You're flying around. We've got gorgeous space.
Spicy Will today, huh?
Look at them. I don't want to look.
Hey, I'm just lamenting the fact that I want to play games with people who want to play games with people.
One of the big things.
Your computer is having issues. You might need to delete your mod folder and re-download everything for Insurgency.
Complete redo of the HUD.
All I'm saying is, I have a lot of friends who say they want to play games with other people, and then whenever I want to play games with them, it's mostly on their terms. Mostly Risa and Sterling.
On the HUD, we sort of took a look.
Definitely Risa.
And felt like
Risa's the one that wants to play Total War, but she only wants to play for like 30-40 minutes at a time every week or two.
Yeah, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this.
Also, I'm trying to fill the boring air right now because honestly, I can't give a single shit about trolleys.
Some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do.
Doesn't have the attention span for it. Yeah, I get that.
The HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status.
I just need to get into other Discords and find people that want to actually play together.
Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, like a, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff.
Apparently, my Insurgency Sandstorm mod folder is 90 gigs.
Not just a game config.
Maybe is that why you're having issues? Too many mods, not enough drive space. And that could be it. That could be it.
Basis, and you can set up what okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it.
I mean, even you've said the same thing, Alan, where you have friends that like they want to get into games, but they only want to get into it for like a month and then they're gone.
A little further before it's all fully.
So I mean, I have the same problem. I do a lot of crafting and stuff in every single one of the games that I play. And when people go, hey, I want to play this game, I'm like, all right, well, I'll start crafting us a bunch of stuff. And by the time I'm done crafting stuff, which usually takes me about 6 hours on some games for us to play and do stuff, they've lost interest in it. So.
And it's huge in combat.
ESO every single time.
Right now, you're either, we're obviously trying
Ashley,
to bring
Connor, Tanner.
closer,
although Connor hasn't asked me to play ESO in like 2 years.
Talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now.
That's okay. I actually logged on, Connor. I logged on to ESO
like just massive information
2 days ago.
Overload.
Because I was like, I have this downtime, maybe I'll get back into it, dude. I logged into it, saw that all my skill points had been reset to 0 because, again, I haven't played in like 6 to 8 months. And I was like, I'm good.
So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting.
I'm only really able to play short-term games right now. Understandable, you have a life. I just don't have the time commitment for long-term games. Genshin is casual. I have a lot of quests to do, but I am mostly just doing daily stuff because that takes like an hour. Understandable.
You don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that
literally people are like, here, hang on.
Everything on there.
Hashtag free Jared.
You've got a cockpit radar.
So much talk. Stop, please.
So what's happened over the years is that we've tried to
that time Pez was more stimulating as a conversation.
So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to
boring shit.
This is where the player should be.
Hang on.
What we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision.
Surprise! Jared painted eyeballs on his eyelids.
MFDs. You should use those. Okay. Now,
Party invites versus other messages. Free Jared, free Jared, free Jared. Jared, we're sorry for what you have to go through.
That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go.
How much reintroducing something that is much more practical and meaningful.
To me. But out in the world,
hashtag free Jared.
I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in.
He blinked twice.
Less reliance on just AR markers for everything. And
that makes sense. I do dailies on WoW and War Thunder. Yeah.
Or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you
someone tell Chris that a few thousand people are waiting to buy the STV as soon as he's done.
It's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise.
Oh no!
Focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar/star map. So like what you
so much hate on these guys. Why do you hate watch? Wait, what?
Radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like,
Mr. Huckabee, wink once if you need our help.
Use your MobiGlass version, and we're still using the MobiGlass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's
still talking unfucking believable.
The star map. Well, the star map's really a star map. And
oh my god.
Radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making
this person just put a bunch of sleeping emojis.
Much more usable, much visually better. And also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that.
Here's the thing, I want an STV. Heard.
The PU in terms of
well, if you want an STV, an STV, never mind.
That's
he looks like a overweight Elon Musk. Yeah.
Character.
He looks like if the guy who owns like
here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But
he just said things 5 times in under 10 seconds. Yeah.
Ease of use.
Yeah, they're just saying stuff.
To you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which
I understand that the two of you have not, not you guys. I understand that Chris Roberts and
because right now
fucking Frosty the Snowman over here
really
haven't
I think you've seen
said anything in 2 years because they're trying to keep everything hush hush and a super secret surprise. But can they shut the fuck up, please?
We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the
people said Star Citizen Live is less boring than this.
Maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave. And that should be giving.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of. Remember last year. I know that Alan was watching with me last year.
In the fact that you're boosting to to locations, you're not having to go. Okay, there's a
last year when they were talking about
1 million kilometers away. That's okay, I'm making a conscious decision.
Soundscapes and the creation of music and stuff. That was the most boring panel they had.
But I want to have things spread around so that we're not just cramped in, because radar
he is literally.
It has 2 purposes. One purpose is to
look at Chris Roberts, dude. Looks like it's bedtime.
Purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel
people are just freaking out in the chat, dude.
To investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That
I am excited for the new flight model. The Corsair looks incredible. Yes, it does.
And so
I am going to be
really
super stoked to be your co-pilot, bro.
Which is what you would call the standard,
or even your door gunner. You just let me know.
Slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it. I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there. I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the
whoever's producing this, can you put in some random in-game footage or something while they jabber about nothing?
So
also, can we not have these two on at the same time again? I'm sure this is interesting to people who like the focus on the minutiae of the game. But for the rest of us, let's just say this presentation could have been a chairman's letter.
Mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you. It's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, not using all the quantum juice.
I love this. I love this.
But it allows
y'all
you to
are pitiful. This isn't supposed to entertain you. Look at this.
You're going through,
this is to inform you.
And get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool.
Who the fuck?
That opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive because in the PU,
my God.
when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance,
yeah, they're losing people like hundreds at a time.
So you could be in,
when you can't see this number,
gas cloud,
but hang on.
Oh, I got a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. Oh, I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or
their number when I started joking about this was at 27,000,
and we can even in the PU
we're at 24.9 right now.
Almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular, non-quantum one where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much
we'll just
more
sit here and watch
sort
the
of
number go down.
limited
They lost
and,
17 people.
Works for combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to fast run over to a place, and then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long. Okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up.
They just lost 50 people.
I mean, it
oh my God!
Makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow, and I think it's a problem in the PU right now. Is when you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is.
It's point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or, some asteroids here around the planet. But we
lost another 50.
Up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something.
Bro, this is funny. This is awesome.
Investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel, and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this. For folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
Here's that quantum boost. Yeah, the flight model looks pretty sweet, Alan, honestly.
That is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD. Yeah. Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So
that's the old man right there on the right side. Played by Mark Hamill.
Will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. But again, you can just boost over there. And it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
And this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over, and it's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watch the flight
Jared is like
earlier
falling
today,
asleep,
that's
bro.
the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back.
Okay,
to be more
that's gonna be it for me, honestly.
That's one of the reasons.
I don't know what the ending's gonna be. Maybe I'll watch a video about it. But to be honest, I seriously can't be fucked to sit here and listen to this anymore. Oh my god. Oh, there's Connor's bruh. Oh my god, that's awesome, bro. That's great. All right, boys. You guys have a good night. I'm sure I'll catch some of you in chat. We have a stream tonight. You're gonna join us. You need to be a follower of the channel, and you have to be in the Discord. A enrolled member of the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, ! Discord. Boom. If you're on YouTube, it's gonna be in the description of the video. See you guys next time. Deuce.